This cold is beyond what I imagined. Every step I take feels like a plunge into freezing water. This is another level of cold. If the snowstorm was an ambush, this is like poison that slowly creeps into you. You said you've been here before, right? If I were you, I would never want to venture here again. Let's move before our feet freeze. I just want to get out of here as soon as possible.
I went the wrong way and ended up at this cave. The more I look at it, the more impressive it is. The crystals that make up this cave never rise above a specific temperature. I tried stoking a fire for hours and tried pouring hot water on it, but it never got warm. Isn't it amazing? Where could I use this crystal? It would be a good idea to collect a few samples first. Can you deliver the crystal samples along with my thoughts to my brother? I'll give you a hefty reward.
Oh, human like something. Croco will do best.
Wow, this path is really rough. I can't even tell which way I'm going right now. I'm glad I came with you guys. If I came here alone, I'm certain I would have froze to death, alone inside this cave. Then, I would be discovered by some biologist a few hundred years later and be experimented on. It sounds worse the more I think about it. This cave seems to keep going and going. I'm trusting you to find the way.
This is interesting. I was actually thinking the same thing. I thought that if I put this crystal inside the chest, it would become as cold as this crystal. It will require more research, but wouldn't storing food in it make it last longer? When I get back to Traum safely, I'll have to test it out using these samples. Thank you, Rune Hunter.
Rune Hunter, there is a monster that turned into a life slave. Please be careful. We will be hopeless if you get hurt.
I see the end of the cave. How far are we from the militia camp? Passing through a Galachi camp? Why do I feel like this journey is getting more and more difficult? But the sensation of leaving footprints on fresh new snow isn't that bad. This is something only a rune hunter can enjoy. Don't you agree? Whatever pops out, wherever we go, let's continue to march forward.
can't believe you embarked on a journey like this alone. I'm certain the hardship was enormous. I'm always getting help from you, which is what makes me look back at the stuff I've done for you. My memory isn't back, but I think that's because I'm holding our time together very dearly. I wanted to tell you, thank you for journeying with me, and that I'm continuing to count on you.
Seeing how you engage in battle tells me why you were regarded as the hero of Calicorda. I know it's because of the circumstances. But don't you think you were the ideal rune hunter that Captain Kristen was waiting for? Of course. That doesn't mean we can lower our guard, okay?
Militia captain. He isn't someone you should underestimate, unless you are well informed about the internal affairs of the Trio royal family. It would be really difficult to pull something off like that. Who do you think he actually is?
So, the militia camp is just beyond here, right? I think it was relatively easy to get here because all of us moved together. This should be the last obstacle. Let's keep sharp.
Salvis, are you all right?
I'm fine. But why are you here?
We obtained some information related to the Redonomo, so we were on our way to the militia camp.
Our compatriots have accompanied us this far as our guides. We weren't familiar with Nivis Mountains, so their help is greatly appreciated.
It is dangerous here. How about we return to camp and talk there? I'm quite sure we will have a lot of stories to share.
I didn't know you were looking for Salvis. That's quite a story you have. Salvis and Captain Kristen are close friends. They joined forces since the Bellatus expedition 10 years ago. Go ahead and talk to Salvis. I'm sure you have things to settle.
I heard from the other rune hunters that you thought Prince Favina was leading the militia. For a long time, Kristen and I thought you were part of the pagans. On the other hand, you thought we were working with the pagans. No matter the case, there certainly was a huge misunderstanding. I came to Nivis Mountains in search of the sacred arms that the Redonomo followers used to create the Plague Cloud. Their plan was to massacre the people of Trom and turn them into life slaves to spread evil throughout the world. I sensed the strong presence of a sacred arms in the direction of the militia camp. We should hurry.
place is already empty. Huh. It appears to have been occupied by creatures for some time. That place is already empty. Huh. It appears to have been occupied by creatures for some time. The training ground is the only place I sense someone. But I can't tell if it's the militia, pagan, or life slaves. They are all dangerous, though. Be careful.
Rune Hunter. It's dangerous here. Escape. It's too late for me. The other soldiers. Rune Hunter, please save Drillmaster Eric's at the training grounds. Monster-like things. I trusted them. Everything was a lie.
It's been a while. I'm surprised that you are still alive. Eric's, look. The Rune Hunter you were so worried about is here.
No. Run.
Come at me, you little brat.
So, the sacred arms of Vesper.
Yes, this contains the power of one of the 12 primal beings, the god of poison and plague, Vesper. Depending on how you use it, this sacred arms can kill or save lives.
Professor! SychosisPatient is...
Something must have happened at SychosisPatient.
I'm glad you're alive. Promise me that you'll survive.
Liet, what happened?
Professor, the human child woke up and...
Kristen made contact. He is waiting for us at Advina with the other rune hunters. I promise I will explain everything soon. But just trust me, and head to Advina for now. Your friends will also be waiting for you there. I'll head there as soon as I'm done with my preparations.
The rune hunters of Nivis Mountain activated the sacred arms of Vesper together, as Salvus instructed. The plague cloud which was heading towards Trom stopped, and the plague energy in the sky was once again sealed into the sacred arms. Weeper's attack burned down Simis Bikul, along with many Simises, including Liet. Facing the death of countless Simises with whom he spent many years together, Salvus moaned in anguish for a long time. Together with Salvus, you helped Simis Bikul recover and headed to Advina. On your way to Advina, your mind was filled with chaos and confusion.
Rune Hunter, can you please help? My friend has been captured by the Life Slave. My feet wouldn't move, knowing that I left my friend behind. All I can do is ask for help like this. So I'm begging you, defeat the revived mutated Rune Archer and save my friend.
I had been wondering whether I was going to die here. Thank you for saving me. Did you say Nestle? No, that's not possible. Nestle is the name of a friend of mine who died a long time ago. I know it's nonsense, but why is it that I want to believe you? I want to see Nestle.
Advina is frequently experiencing earthquakes like the one just now. Every time an earthquake happens, the power of serpents grows stronger. The violent life slaves nearby are proof of that. We'll reach Advina soon. I believe we can have a more meaningful conversation with Kristen.
Huh? Hmm?
Oh,
Rune Hunter.
Good to see you.
Good adventure needs good weapon. You might be lucky. human like something. Oh, human like something. Oh, human like something. Say the word, Kurogo make.
It took a while, but I'm glad we were able to resolve the misunderstanding between us. We are taking necessary measures, with the assumption that Serpents will revive in Advena. Elite knights are scouting every corner of Advena to find clues related to Serpents. So, Rune Hunter,
I wish that you will join us in our cause.
Aphros Knights reported that they found the revived King Alden. A knight assigned with the scouting mission will be waiting at Chillwind farmland. Verter volunteered for the task, so join him on your way.
It's a nice change of pace to be separated from Lewin for once. I'm glad that you have a great sense of direction. Lewin always disappears whenever I lose sight of him. But thanks to Lewin, I was able to find places I would have never thought of venturing to. I suppose that's actually pretty nice. Anyway, let's go find that scout.
Hunter, I've been waiting for you. From our scouting efforts, we discovered where King Alden and Queen Romualda revived. King Alden was found in Shelter Plaza, and supporting troops are standing by. Please help them out. Then I'll see you at Sanctuary. Rune Hunter, would you please grant me a favor? I lost my scouting log somewhere around here, but I can't find it, no matter how much I search. There were so many life slaves around, I wonder if I lost it while fighting them. Anyway, if you find it, could you bring it to Knight Hamas? He is the next knight to replace me.
To the knights. We should look around. There may still be a knight who survived.
A revived, mutated rune warrior appeared out of nowhere and attacked the knights. It had unbelievable strength. I fear that we don't have the power to stop serpents.
King Ulden. I remember you said you defeated the mutated King Ulden at the Lost Temple. They say creatures that have become life slaves are stronger than before. Will King Ulden be the same? We are near where King Ulden was seen. Let's be careful, since there's a lot of creatures around.
Tears of God. I really can't figure out what it does. Salvis is the one who knows about ancient texts better than anyone. You should ask him about it later. You didn't know? Salvis is the first Zodiac Master of Trom. When Captain Kristen gathered rune hunters, I decided to join because Salvis was with him. He really is that impressive. I'm sure you can learn much from him.
The scouting log probably came from Zaid. Thank you for delivering it. Soon I'll have to leave the sanctuary. I'm a little worried that I won't make it back. Rune Hunter, I sincerely hope to see you again.
There's a report that Queen Ramalda revived inside Advina Cliffside Path. Salvis already left. You should follow as soon as you're ready.
You are the rune hunter that came to Advina. Don't you remember me? Everyone from Advina is outside. The Airfrost Knights evacuated everyone. The dead are continuously reviving, so what else can we do besides there's too many earthquakes happening recently? Gilsey really just missed you. It's a shame that your timing wasn't a bit better. I'll deliver your message. Even if you don't remember me, do you remember Gilsey? Gilsey was really worried about you. I think Gilsey was secretly hoping that one day you'd come back to Advina. Things are a little weird right now. But you should show your face later when things are sorted out. Oh, right. Take this. If Gilsey was here, he would have wanted to take care of you. You are our rookie forever.
I am happy to see you. I didn't know that the rune hunter Kristen mentioned was you. Romalda seems to have revived at the hidden cave at the end of the cliffside path. There's the guard captain who turned into a life slave on the way. So it would be wise to take him out first. Now, let us go. I know having you by my side is already the best support I can hope for.
Kuroko can do everything.
Welcome.
Trascorroco.
The tears of God lost their light. It's as if someone absorbed the energy within them. The militia captain used the tears of God to strengthen King Odin and Queen Romalda, and attempted to absorb the power that the two gained for himself. The tears of God contain powers of the 12 beings and serpents that normally cannot coexist at the same time. As Odin and Romalda were being strengthened by the tears of God, the power of the 13th being flowed into them. And the militia captain waited until Odin and Romalda, who became life slaves, converted the power into Serpent's power and absorbed it. How about we return to Advina for now? We cannot spend much time here. It's too dangerous.
While you were away, another earthquake occurred in Advina. It is good to see you return without any harm. So, what you're saying is that the militia captain deliberately used King Odin and Queen Romalda to absorb the power of the Tears of God? But then why did the militia captain go through this extra process to use the Tears of God? I think there might be a story behind all this that we don't know about. Wait, don't tell me I'm the only one who doesn't know. We're in this all together, you know? Maybe Salvis would know something about it. If you learn anything, make sure to tell me, okay?
The reason he had to go through that process is because the power of the Tears of God cannot be absorbed directly. And the reason why the powers of the 12 gods cannot be absorbed directly is because of the 13th being they oppose. Serpents, that's right. The militia captain is one of Serpent's souls that Kristen and I have been searching for. To explain everything, it would be necessary to tell the story of what I experienced during the Bellatus expedition 10 years ago. Before I completed the Zodiacs, I believed I had already reached the end. But what was beyond that light was the beginning of another. As I completed the Zodiacs, the souls of Serpents awakened once again. One part of Serpent's soul that was split into two remained dormant within my rune cast. That soul introduced itself as Dex, and it endlessly tried to whisper into my ears. I have spent my life trying to contain Dex. But then one day, during the Bellatus expedition, I discovered that another soul of Serpents had revived. What I found in the battlefield was Serpent's other soul, a key, held within Prince Favina. Prince Lovia was doing his best to subdue a key, but he was nearing his limit. I could only think of one way to stop a key. Using the fact that the power of serpents cannot coexist with another gods, I began spreading the plague with the sacred arms of Vesper I found in Bellatus. As the plague spread, the life slaves lost their powers, and a key was forced out of Prince Favina's flesh. Then Prince Lovia asked me to seal up a key in his body instead. Afterwards, I entrusted Kristen to take care of Prince Lovia, and did everything I could to save Prince Favina's life. But then I realized, after taking care of everything, Dex, the voice which had continuously whispered into my ears, had disappeared. I suspect that he got away from me when I used the sacred arms of Vesper to get rid of Aki. Dex expanded the Rodonimo at a fearsome pace, and Aki disappeared after Lovia went missing. Aki and Dex are now taking action to become one again. In Advina, I've done everything I could to stop them. but this is now a task that I alone cannot resolve. Will you please lend this old man your strength?
The advance party to the expansion base was defeated. Only a few survived. They say a child adept in magic was the one who defeated the knights. The rune hunters are ready to go to the expansion base. We'll move out as soon as you're ready.
Rune Hunter, the child that defeated the advance party, is reported to be at the extension restricted area. According to the Knights, powerful life slaves began emerging near the area. So please, be careful.
still people who haven't evacuated. I think the Aefrost Knights failed to spot them. Perhaps we can help them out. If you have the time, try scouting around the area.
Oh, goodness, I'm so glad. I never imagined that a miracle like this would happen. Thank you. I can finally see my family. Thank you so much. There may still be a few people left in the expansion base. I'll leave those people to you.
I think my thinking has been too complacent. I thought that things would be solved if I just stayed hidden. But no matter how long I waited, the earthquakes didn't stop, and everyone had already left. I was about to give up on myself too, but with your help, how do I even thank you?
That it was the end. I really thought that it was the end for me. I was just counting down the days until I died. If it wasn't for you, I would have died without anyone ever knowing. I will never forget this kindness. I mean it.
The advance party is composed of knights specifically selected by Captain Kristen. They learned their swordsmanship directly from Captain Kristen, so they must have been talented knights. I can clearly sense that the life slaves are growing stronger as we head deeper inside. The child is just up ahead. Take caution as you make your approach.
Waited for this moment to surprise you. I'm sure you have lots of questions for me. Now I can just tell from the expression on your face. This puzzled look, and the perplexity, with the kindness that still worries for me. I understand. To you, Rune Hunter, I probably only looked like a helpless child who depended on you. Did you know? We've actually ran into each other before, back at Caricorda. And when I saw those innocent eyes of yours behind the bars, I just couldn't resist pulling a prank on you. I mean, Rune Hunter, I knew you'd do anything to help me out. Although I didn't expect you to care for the greater good when I was dying. Even if you were in a hurry, how could you give all the tears of God to Dex?
It pleases me that you're so naive.
Captain Kristen sent out an emergency call for you to come to the sanctuary. We finally found out where Militia Captain Dex is.
I guess it was Dex who took Prince Lovia from the solitary area. Prince Lovia spent years with a key sealed within himself. Even as his soul was being corrupted by a key, he only worried for the future of Traun. Aside from Prince Lovia, there are many who lost their lives because of a key and Dex. We should at least do everything we can for these poor souls. Traces of Dex were found at Pilgrim's Cave. Take a look at the place with other rune hunters.
What? You mean Weeper was Aki? Whatever Salvus and Leon said, I thought Weeper was a good kid. And Prince Favina was actually Dex? Do you think those two approached us intentionally? Once you find Dex, make sure he suffers. I can't shake off the feeling that I was fooled by him. I really felt like an idiot once I realized that. I was an idiot all along? Let's just say I was innocent. Anyway, I pray for your safe return. Good luck.
So, this is where the pagans experimented with the plague. The reason why there were a lot of Redonomo followers turned into life slaves was this. Let's move out with caution. But where is Lewin? can't believe it, but I think Lewin got lost again. How did Verder make it with Lewin until now? This place is like a maze, so you should be careful not to get lost. If you happen to find Lewin, please look after him. I'll keep an eye out too.
I'm saved! I was about to give up hope of seeing anyone again. You remember, I made it to the camp without anyone's help? So I boldly tried my luck again, and I didn't expect to find myself lost in this maze. I wonder where I messed up. Oh, I was told the Dex is at the baptism room. Let's get going.
Life slaves under Dex's command were too strong. Many of the knights fell. I am both sad and angry. How come my strength is never enough? Rune Hunter, a plague variant that became a life slave, has dragged my fellow knights away. Ruthless. To the forest without even having a chance to resist. Please defeat the monsters and avenge our friends.
To die. Rune Hunter.
think I'm going to die, Rune Hunter? It really hurts. Oh, sorry that I couldn't do better. I should have been the one to protect.
Why are you making that face? I thought you would be happy to see me. Please don't think ill of me. I was only being faithful to the memory Aki gave me. At least my actions were truly based on the memories of the actual princes. Is there anything more important than memory when you're trying to steal someone's fate? I think it's a much better standard compared to appearances, which can change. Don't you agree? Well, in that sense, there is nothing worth believing in this world. Just like the 12 beings of Tron that are said to have created this world. Evil cannot have children once it's born, or so they say. How does that even make sense when I already exist? Don't you think it's time to accept the facts? The light of the 12 gods. Just because I was born from its dark side, I was split into two. Just like the princes who were split because of the conflicts within the Triad Kingdom that seemed peaceful on the outside, You will also realize it one day, Zodiac Walker. That the light you had believed in this horrendous world, was in fact the Void all along!
They say Aki and Dex are at the Constellation of Authority together. No wonder they disappeared so easily. They say Salvus already left for the Constellation of Authority. We should return to Advina and join with the others.
Kristen rallied the remaining knights and followed after Salvus. And the rune hunters seemed very tense before the fight. I know there really isn't much I can do right now, except stay by your side. But I just wish I could do anything to help you out, even if it's trivial. So, if you have anything to ask of me, just tell me. I'm done with my preparations, so we can leave whenever you're ready.
Kroko will do best. human like some Kroko can do everything. Kroko will do best.
Hunter, we will handle things here. Make haste to the Constellation of Authority. Salvis is facing Aki and Dex all alone. He may be the Zodiac Master, but his opponent is the Evil God. They absorb the tears of God to become perfect. With that power, they will attempt to merge as one. We've already lost so much. We cannot lose any more. This is not an order, but a request. From now on, do not let anything go easily.
Be careful! I'm fine. I'll look after Pen for now. Hurry. The 13th being... Serpens must be stopped.
We will meet again soon.
You did well, Rune Hunter. This should put a stop to the Serpents issue. But it would be foolish to only celebrate the victory at hand without knowing when evil will revive again. So, head to the village named Salutum, near Advina. In the past, there was a device built to advance the Zodiacs. It is said that it was designed to materialize the abstract concepts of the Zodiacs into reality. With the device, one will be able to understand the Zodiacs and gain combat experience at the same time. Now, prepare yourself to go on a new journey. Let us meet again, even stronger than we are now.
Pan's breathing normally now, but he's still unconscious. I believe my powers are not enough to look after Pan. Why don't we seek out the doctors of Ordemus? Talk to me after you take care of your business in Bellatus. I'll make the necessary preparations.
With Serpents gone, the red moon in the sky disappeared. Corpses that turned into life slaves lost their strength and started to collapse. Kristen announced the location of Saludo and the Zodiac development device to all rune hunters of the Trom via the Rune Hunter Guildmaster, Camilla. Since then, Saludo had an influx of adventurous rune hunters surging in to take on the challenge. Yet, the whispers of Serpents still linger within you. Although you still do not fully understand what it could mean, you sense that your journey has not reached its end just yet.
I had heard that the rune hunters from all over Trom were flocking to this place, and it turned out to be true. What a tremendous crowd. As they say, where there are people, there's money to be made. My friend should have arrived with the stuff by now, but I don't know where they are. If you see merchants appear, can you let him know?
I'm here on the order of Captain Kristen to tidy up the area. So, I have a question for you. I heard that the Chaos Dungeons are divided up within each nation. Aphros, Ordemus, and whatnot. In addition, Triia seems to be divided into Tri and Laia, the names that were used before the unification. But the Zodiac space is separate from Trom. Is there any reason why they're named like this? Despite how I look, what I'm interested in, I need to find out all there is to know. Can you help me?
If you want to know that, you have to understand that the Chaos Dungeons were built around the Zodiac. As you know from the experience with the Zodiac, it is centered around the 12 primal beings. Based on what I've investigated so far, each of the Chaos Dungeons is affected by one of the 12 gods. By the way, each nation of Trom also believes in each of the 12 gods, right? As a result, each Chaos Dungeon naturally belongs to the 11 nations of Trom.
Oh, that's why. Finally, the question is answered. If so, the war currently taking place with rune hunters can be regarded as sort of a conflict between nations. Though the Zodiac space doesn't really exist, it's always better to have more resources. Anyway, this is great. I can focus on my work now. It bothered me so much that I couldn't concentrate.
I was worried because it was my first time in Bellatus, but it's much nicer than I imagined. Well, the more people gather, the more organized the surroundings become. Enon? Ah, that reminds me, we were supposed to meet up. I was completely distracted watching the people. I must go quickly. Thanks for letting me know.
So this is the rumored Chaos statue. It's a lot more impressive than I had imagined. I've been told that this statue started a war in the past. I need to learn about the circumstances behind why it happened. Anyway, I decided to take the news about this Chaos statue to Trom. But is there anyone that can tell me about the sightings? Rune Hunter, as you're aware, articles with comments from trusted people increase its credibility.
It's been a while. I don't know if you remember me, but I've been following you ever since Advena, although it seems you had no idea. I came to a realization when you showed up again at the Pilgrim's Cave, that there's something I must give you before it's too late. I know you don't trust me because I'm with the Redanimo, but can you please listen to me just this once? We should continue this conversation in private. I'll be waiting for you, so follow me if you trust me. This is a private laboratory that was assigned to me by the Redanimo. Relax. The place is safe for now. Most of the other pagans became life slaves for the One's resurrection. I never believed any of that talk about eternal life, but to think it was actually possible. But now that the red moon has set, I'm sure they have all entered an eternity of slumber, including Ildrit, Anon, and everyone else who brushed past me. Until now, I've been helping the Repenters escape from the watchful eyes of the Redanimo by making up excuses about carrying out their plague experiments. And I've been using a relic to awaken those who have forgotten about the divinity. Here, I'll give you this relic. Why don't you take a look at it? If you have any questions about relics, I suggest you try talking with some of the other Repenters residing here.
So, you must be the rune hunter that Leitre mentioned. That relic you're holding is something that I brought over from Traum. It was for those who wouldn't believe in the 12 gods without definite proof of their existence. That relic was created in Traum through the consecration of the clergies. It was designed to condense the power of the 12 gods and materialize divinity itself. It is said that only those who swear their lives to one of the 12 gods and practice asceticism are given the right to perform the consecration. That is why you need 12 priests to create a single relic. In other words, one relic is able to materialize the power of all 12 gods. Why don't you try summoning the avatar of the 12 gods with that relic? Then you'll realize, too, that the 12 gods do exist.
Leitre claims that the red moon has gone down already, but it feels strange. It's as if the revived pagans could return at any moment. You may know this already, but the concept of life began with the 12 gods, which means that the one the pagans await cannot create life. So it's actually a paradoxical claim when the people of Traum refer to those who have been blessed by the One as life slaves. Even the lives that currently exist in Bellatus were originally created by the 12 gods. It's just that they desired the eternal life that the One promised, just as I did in the past. As proof of their origin from the 12 gods, every living organism in this world carries the light of life, which is essentially divinity itself. The divinity from the light of life can be condensed by offering it to a relic, and that condensed divinity will grant great power in the name of the 12 gods. As divinity continues to gather within a relic, you will realize, from observing the changes that occur upon the divine avatars, that that life is divinity itself.
A story about the Chaos statue? Sure, that's not a problem, but does that mean what I say is going to be published in a magazine? Ugh, I suddenly feel a lot of pressure. What should I say? So that... Don't stare at me like that! On paper. I'll write it on paper and give it to you.
Kiroki make good weapons too.
Have you finished up your business here in Bellatus? I'm very concerned that Pan hasn't woken up yet. Tex indeed cast a powerful spell upon him, but he's been unconscious for so long. Could it be that something has happened to his body? Why don't we head out to Artemis now? I can show you the way to Trom. Let's get going. This is the place I was referring to, the St. Lapia Hospital. I've already told them about Pan. There should be a ward waiting for us. Get Pan to his bed first, and take care of any paperwork required for his admission. I appreciate it.
Rune Hunter, as you mentioned, the patient has a strange scar on him. You said that he's been unconscious ever since he was hit by a spell? Well, since the first diagnosis has been completed, we will prepare his treatment as soon as the results are in. We will do our best to get him back on his feet. The St. Lapia Hospital was founded in Archrus by the Artemis royal family, and our institution has become the most renowned hospital of Trom. Under the guidance of Count Zid, who happens to be the ruler of Archrus, as well as the director of this hospital, we always assign a dedicated nurse to each of our patients. However, because a lot of our nurses have been dispatched to the cemetery to deal with recent issues, it will take some time before a nurse can be assigned to this patient. Please try to understand, Rune Hunter.
The attending physician just came by. Pan has received temporary treatment. Although he hasn't been fully treated, I can tell that Pan's feeling a lot better now. We will have to wait until a dedicated nurse is assigned before the actual treatment can begin. But we can't just sit around when there's no telling when Pan's condition may worsen. Could you please go look at what this graveyard issue is about? If there's something we can do to help, we should do what we can to get Pan treated quicker.
I'm dying! This nurse is literally killing me! Hey, you be careful now. The nurses in this hospital are literal thugs. They beat up a perfectly healthy person to make them their patient. You're all shameless. Frauds! I hope you go out of business. Let's see how much longer you can run this cruddy old hospital. Damn you all!
Sorry, our leader is a bit loud, isn't he? Give him a break. It's because he made a fool of himself with the nurses. We're mercs from the Mirror, looking for some new gigs. They're hiring mercs everywhere since monsters have gone wild with the Red Moon. That's when we heard about St. Lapia Hospital having issues with dealing with the corpses. And hospitals usually mean a lot of people and a lot of money. We knew this was the gig to accept. But then things got weird when we finally arrived. The hospital declined to hire any mercenaries. Our leader literally begged on his knees, but they wouldn't budge, which eventually led to a fight. We should have just left back then. Just look at us now.
Oh, jeez! This is why I told you, leader! That all of the nurses here are actually really scary, and that we shouldn't mess with them! I mean, you were supposed to be the veteran, yet you didn't notice. Good lord, a merc who gets beat up by a nurse! They're going to be talking about us everywhere! Man, we're a complete mess! Everyone else is busy making money while we're stuck here recovering. This year is a bust. You better pay up, leader.
I'm sorry, but we're not hiring any mercenaries at the moment. If you're not here for medical attention, I would like to... Oh. You must be the guardian of the new patient who just checked in. I'm sorry, I mistook you for a mercenary because of your gear. The entire continent's been chaotic ever since the Red Moon rose. There are even mercenaries from Nemera talking about it. You seem to be surprised. Well, there aren't that many combatant nurses outside of Artemis. The Arcus nurses are both healers and fighters that guard the hospital. It is our duty to protect the patients no matter the situation. We cannot ignore anything that threatens life. Even if we have to sometimes face off against the strange monsters that have appeared recently. In a way, St. Lapia Hospital is a silent battleground for us. Anyway, I should go take care of those mercenaries now. They're quite the nuisance, but they're still our patients.
Wait, hold on! I'd like to ask you a favor. I'm Perfumer Grass. I specialize in making incenses. Say, have you seen the incenses that are burning near the hospital? That's right. The ones that burn with mysterious smoke. Apparently, they're made by the mages of Caspar. They supposedly have the power to ward off evil. I don't believe in the effects, but they do sure smell nice. I'd like to know the ingredients. Could you sneak out some of those incenses without getting caught by the nurses?
I'm not sure who you are, but help me. I was cleaning the cemetery and almost ended up going into my own grave. There have been strange occurrences around Trom recently. Corpses coming back to life. I was scared to death when I first saw one of them rise. Now, I have to risk my life in order to tend to the graves. Everything's a mess right now with all the corpses limping around the area. My heart's always pounding from the danger. But thankfully, it seems like the gods are on my side today. Could you just escort me back to the hospital? Don't worry. I'll take care of the mess you make along the way.
Oh, you actually brought them. Thank you. Huh? There's a strange powder inside the incense. Is this what makes the smoke smell so good? Seems like the powder is just ground crystal. But I can't figure out what they're... Oh well, I'll just have to give it a little taste. What is this horrible taste? This is like... What? My hand! There are crystals growing out of my hand! My wrist, my arm. The crystals are spreading. Nurse! Call a nurse! Nurse!
Oh, that's the cemetery issue they've been talking about? The dead are rising to threaten the living? I can't be certain, but it seems like Serpent's resurrection from Bellatus has even influenced Traum as well. Go and see if there are any more details you can find.
What? Mr. Grass is having a seizure? Oh no. He must have tried to taste the incense again. Ever heard of the Abyss Stone? It's the ingredient used for that incense. And it shows terrible hallucinations to anyone who comes in contact with it. Creatures despise the smoke that comes from burning Abyss Stones. That's why we started burning that incense ever since the red moon rose. Here, give this sedative to Mr. Grass. It can damage the memory circuits if taken too often, but we don't have a choice.
Who are you? This isn't my workshop. Am I at the hospital? Why am I here? Did you bring me here? I must have gotten knocked out after inhaling some toxic gas during work. Well, thank you. Looks like I owe you my life. But this hospital, I smell a strange scent here. It's filled with a dark, cold, creepy scent. It's a dangerous but tempting scent. I wonder what they used for it. Is this what it feels like to be a fly jumping into a pot of honey?
Are you heading outside right now? I'm sorry, but I have something to ask of you. One of the nurses from our ward disappeared. His name is Heyer. He was in charge of taking care of the surgery equipment. He's been acting strange lately, so I had him isolated. But then today, he just disappeared, along with the surgery equipment. My guess is that he's at the graveyard right now. Could you please go find Heyer and stop whatever he's trying to do?
Oh, human like something.
seem like a gravekeeper. What brings you here? Oh, right. You're here to take a look at the walking dead as well. Welcome. It's a bit dangerous, but also interesting to see the dead walk around. I would say it's worth risking your life. When did this start? Let's see. If my memory serves me right, I think it was right after the red moon rose. But I'm not too sure about that. Me? Oh, I'm fine. Although I did almost end up dying earlier today. Not too sure about the other gravekeepers, though. Say, since you're already here, could you help out the other gravekeepers if you run into them? I wouldn't want my friends to end up dead here.
Another one of my patients passed away today. Just one after another. This is the 7th time. Phoebe, Holtz, Jan, Boo, Muriel, Hosea, and Renee. Renee was very sweet. But now, even Renee's gone. I know that death is just part of our lives, and that life itself is a gift granted to us by God, but it's just so painful. I've already reached my limit. I don't want to face any more deaths. That sound. Do you hear that? Sounds like someone's crying. Someone's approaching while crying. Phoebe? Holtz? Jan? Boo? Mariel? Hosea? No. This is Renee. It's Renee. Renee is here to wake me up from the nightmare. Wait. What? What is that thing? Get away! Don't come near me! Ah! No! Ah! No! I don't want to see any more deaths! Stop it! I don't care if it's a god or an evil spirit! Just stop! No, just kill me! Just kill me instead! You've had your fun toying with me! Please, just stop. I can't handle this nightmare any longer.
I haven't seen you around. What are you doing out here? Even the trained guards are having difficulty guarding this location. We haven't been able to transport the gravekeepers who are injured by the reanimated corpses back to the hospital. We need all the help we can get. And I'm also worried that all these corpses may end up overrunning the hospital, which is why I've been praying to Vesper every day to not let that happen. If you're strong enough to head deeper inside, could you please light up the lamps that are located around the cemetery? Those corpses seem to be attracted to light. If the lamps are lit, we'll be able to keep them inside the cemetery.
the one who lit up lamps? Are you the one who lit up lamps? I guess that will secure the hospital for now. Although I did prefer the dark. I was just cleaning up the graves when the corpses rose up all around me. Which is exactly what I wanted to see. That's why I didn't finish cleaning early. I've been hiding here since yesterday. And I've observed a lot of interesting stuff. I'm sure the other gravekeepers are also raptured by the walking corpses. Please go tell them that. It's time to go back home.
Hey, care to listen to me for a second? I have something to tell you. Oh, it's way past our meeting time. And I haven't heard back from one of my fellows. So I went to check out the crematorium, and I saw a monster that gave me the chills just by looking at it. That must be the monster my friend Jutar wanted to check out. We both like to look at creepy things like that, but it's a different story when you're captured by that creepy thing. It'll be terrible for Jutar to get torn apart by that monster. If you're going to take a tour around the cemetery, could you keep an eye out for Jutar's grave? He might have died and gotten buried already, right?
Get lost! This body doesn't belong to you now. Thank you for saving me. Who are you exactly? What? The head nurse sent you? To capture me? But I'm almost there. A new technique to save the patients with terminal conditions. Rune Hunter, please. Just give me some time. Once I finish the experiment, I'll go back to the hospital. My laboratory is around here. It's actually pretty close. If you stop by, I'll show you a miracle.
Such an incredible monster. I almost died out of joy. Did you see it? You saw it, right? That look, and how it walks around. I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Is this all because of the strange occurrences around Trom lately? Whatever the case, I love it. I can't believe such a monster even exists. Hospital! I gotta get to the hospital quickly! I have to tell the other gravekeepers about what I just witnessed!
What a complete mess. It's a good day to dig up some graves. Hey, can you see the incredible energy that's surrounding my shovel right now? Those who make a fortune always take advantage of chaotic times. See here? How convenient is it that the corpses are leaving their graves on their own? It's a bit of work, but once the walking corpses are taken care of, you don't even have to dig a single scoop to clear out the burial goods. Here, I'll let you join in if you promise to keep your mouth shut. It's best to wrap things up quickly here. Let's get this over with.
Let me get this straight. You're saying that the cemetery is crawling with monsters that resemble the plagued ones from Edvina? The dead may be back due to Serpent's influence, but I have no idea why they would resemble the grotesque figures of the plagued ones. Because, as you already know, the plagued ones of Edvina were actually created due to Vesper instead of Serpents. Even so, Artemis is a nation founded by those who worship Vesper. I wouldn't expect Vesper's powers to influence them in such ways. Oh, thanks to your efforts, some of the nurses have safely returned to the hospital. And with that, they were able to assign a dedicated nurse to Pan as well. I'm very glad. You must be...
Hello there, Rune Hunter. My name is Eastlyn. I'm the one in charge of managing the nurses here in St. Lapia Hospital. Rune Hunter, I would like to have a private conversation with you outside. Is that okay with you? I must have startled you with my abrupt request. I was told that the nurses were able to return to the hospital thanks to your help. We all appreciate it, but it's dangerous out there. Please don't put your own life at risk. By the way, I do have something I wanted to ask you about. What is your relationship with that old man inside the ward? I hope you didn't purposefully bring him out here having knowledge of his true identity. This is Arcris, and he is not welcomed here. If you don't have any special reasons for him to be here, you should do something about him. I'm afraid that his presence may stir up some bad rumors. Oh, and I'm not sure if you've heard, but your friend now has a dedicated nurse assigned to him. Why don't you introduce yourself to her first if you're not too busy?
Hello. You're the one from the graveyard, aren't you? I'm so happy to see you again. The other gravekeepers managed to make it out safely thanks to you. Miss Eastlyn, the person you were just talking to, is one of the 5 nobles of Arcris. Together with Count Zid, she actively participates in taking care of the hospital. Miss Eastlyn asked you to get rid of your old friend inside the ward? It's not like her to talk bad about someone like that. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding? Although, I've never seen her look so angry before. It's almost as if she's seen Salvis or something. What? Your old friend's name is Salvis? Aw, come on, Rune Hunter. Stop messing with me. You can't be serious. Salvis was the one who destroyed Artemis by siding with Traia during the Zodiac War, which began here in Arcus. But that was 200 years ago. That name isn't very common. If you're telling the truth, it's quite the coincidence. But some people may get the wrong idea from it. Perhaps he should use an alias? By the way, I'm worried about the others who are still at the graveyard. Rune Hunter, I'll take care of their patient from now on. Could you go check on them?
Any monsters that look like those. This sight is truly breathtaking. Is that what you ultimately become when you're cursed by the gods? Count Sid's been complaining about running out of space for graves. So we've been switching around the burial sites in this area. We want to finish up quickly for the sake of the resting dead. But we can't do anything right now, even though we've already dug up all the graves. I wonder if there's any other immorality that could be sweeter than this. Even my sprained ankle seems like fate at this point. Hey, if you don't mind, could you pray for the dead for me? I don't think I can pray right now, when my mind's clouded with such dirty thoughts.
Welcome, Rune Hunter. I'm nearly finished now. Will you take a look at that wagon? Rune Hunter, to my eyes, that body looks like a puzzle. A puzzle made out of bones, muscles, organs, and veins. Which is why I came up with the idea. If a part of our body breaks down, why can't we just replace that part? Could you take a look at that body again? But take a more careful look at it this time. That's right, Rune Hunter. That body is made up of fresh parts I personally procured. It's a pure and clean body, like that of a newborn baby. If my theory stands, this specimen should come alive today. Now I just have to inject this special solution. Huh? How come it's not moving? I already tested its effectiveness in smaller specimens. Wait, my specimens? Where are my specimens? Rune Hunter, I'm sorry. Could you please recover my specimens? I can't believe I lost them. They must be somewhere around here.
Trascorrogo.
There you are, Rune Hunter. But where's Hare? What? Hare was devoured by a monster that he created? I'm not condoning his behavior, but this is just hard to believe. Hare was a very passionate and kind person. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I wonder why he took his dream that far.
sorry. I didn't notice you because I was so focused. I can't believe how many people got hurt because of the monsters around here. What? Landfill sprained his ankle as well? Oh dear. Thank you for telling me. I'll go take a look. From now on, if you run into any injured gravekeepers, please share this emergency potion with them. It'll help them out a lot.
This potion is from Gabby? Oh, she's such an angel. An angel who was sent down by Vesper. Oh, my dear Gabby. What happened to me? I ended up like this because of the hero who rose up from the grave. The one who was buried in the grave I took care of every day. I worked so hard to care for the grave. But how come the hero didn't recognize me? Is it because all of the souls of the people buried here have already left to meet the gods? I haven't even finished laying out the wreaths. But I don't think I can finish in my current state. I just need to cover one more grave. Can you do it for me?
Fake. Fake. This entire hall is a lie. They're all fake. The Dungras house also fought to protect these lands 200 years ago. But how come no one remembers us? Wait, who are you? Why are you armed so heavily? Are you working with him? The one using runes? The Zodiac Master? Yes, it was you. You're responsible for bringing Triya to these lands. You're here to steal the divinity from us. And you're going to use that power to take over Trom! Intruder! The Zodiac Master has returned to Akras! Everyone! Attack! 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 No. Get up. Everyone, get a grip. The Fort Keeper of Akras. Dungras is with you all. Do you not see me here? You cowards. None of you are real heroes. My ancestors were different from you all. They fought until their flesh was ripped to shreds. You all know this. When the walls of Akras falls, the Dungras fill in the gap. The bone dust that were crushed during that battle are still mixed in this dirt. So please, try to remember. The Dungras house is still... We're still doing our best to protect this nation.
Can't go beyond this point. It's not too late to turn back. It's too dangerous out there. This is where all the heroes who fought for Ordemus during the Zodiac War are buried. This path leads to the memorial shrine. So we buried all of the heroes here to remind everyone of the sacrifices they have made for us. But because of the strange phenomenon, all of the Risen heroes have now become a threat to the Gravekeepers. A lot of them have been injured due to the ruthless attacks by the heroes. I must stop the Risen heroes from reaching the hospital. I won't ask for your help with this, so you should get out of here quickly. You defeated General Birkin? Are you serious? I've heard that he was an incredibly strong hero with excellent swordsmanship. Did you get hurt at all? You should at least head back to the hospital for a checkup, just in case. I'll clean things up here. I have to turn on the rest of the lamps anyway. Don't even bother worrying about me. Head on back now.
Hunter, you're back! It seems like all the Gravekeepers have made it back safely thanks to you. Everyone's praising you about how you helped them out. And thanks to their testimonies, the bad rumors about you are slowly dying out. Don't even get me started. Do you realize what I had to go through while you were gone? Because some stupid nurse blabbered on about Salvis staying in one of the wards. I never would have guessed such a nice old man would be a war criminal. I thought you were all making a terrible joke about him. If you use the memory rune at the memorial shrine, you'll realize why the people of Ordemus act so sensitively when it comes to the name Salvis. Rune Hunter, have you ever heard of the Zodiac War? I've already asked Jose for help regarding the topic. It might be worth it to catch up on some history.
Rune Hunter, Eugenia told me what you need. You want to know more about the Zodiac War? Did you know that the Zodiac War was an international crisis? It all began with different nations clashing over the completion of the Zodiac. Unlike the other nations, Artemis did not have a sacred arm with the power of the gods, which is why Artemis aimed to restore the god Vesper's divinity through the completion of the Zodiac. But when Traia learned of Artemis's goal, they waged a war against us, with Salvus leading their army, as he was one of the most firmly opposed to the Zodiac's completion. Traia, with Salvus, brought down Archrus' fortress and began to annihilate the rest of Artemis's territory. Since then, hundreds of people have been sacrificed in order to restore Archrus. And in memory of those sacrificed, we established this hospital to help anyone in need. I hope that story helped to satisfy your curiosity, Rune Hunter.
We must never forget all of the sacrifices that were made in order to restore the peace within our lives. With hopes of rebuilding Archrus, we wish to engrave those memories here for all eternity.
Rookie! Rookie! Are you spacing out on me right now? Did you hear me? You're gonna be placed on the front lines now. We'll do our best to hold this place off. You follow the other soldiers.
What is that?
Rookie! Watch out! Go! Now! Get out of here!
You'd better stay alive, rookie.
Rookie, I've been waiting. We don't have time to waste. Let's get right to it. The armies of Traya are at the brink of bringing down Arker's fortress. They have already taken over most of the surrounding areas, as well as the inner courtyard. In order to regain control of the fortress, we are going to recover our base first. And then we will infiltrate the castle to eliminate their commanding officers. But first things first, approach the fortress while taking down all of the enemies who have taken over our base. We are vastly outnumbered, but do not give up.
Thank you. I thought I was going to end up in Traya like this. This situation is dire at the moment. Although I will do my best until the end. This war is going to spread throughout the entire continent of Trom. It's not just us. I've heard the Traya soldiers talking about how the other nations are in turmoil as well. Seems like there is a standoff between nations regarding the completion of the Zodiacs. But we don't have any sacred arms. And the Zodiacs are the only way for us to restore divinity. You still have 2 other bases to recover as you make your way to the fortress. And I'm sure there are other captured allies along the way. Please help them out as well.
This battle's impossible. We're just too outnumbered. They even have a mercenary who's really good at using the power of runes. His name's Salvis or something. Ever heard of that name? Apparently, he's one of the strongest people who is opposing the completion of the Zodiacs. No matter how much power Trier has, this war is just too brutal. How could they declare war just because we oppose their opinion? Countless soldiers have already fallen at the hands of Salvis. Damn it, we were already low on numbers. Please, try your best to secure a path for us. I'll do what I can to rally the remaining soldiers and catch up with you.
Made it this far by yourself. Must have been quite the workout. I'm proud of you. The Grand Marshal has personally taken up the vanguard in order to recover the fortress that has been occupied by our enemies. I want to make sure that our vanguards can muster up their courage if they're to ever look back. So could you raise the flag of Artemis for me again? Don't worry about me and go! I believe brave soldiers like you will end up saving Artemis in the end.
I'm still alive. Even if you're a corpse scavenger, show some manners. There's no need to hurry. This is just hilarious. I'm dying from being crushed by the castle walls. Do you know what our family motto is? When the walls of Akras falls, the Dungrass fills in the gap. I always thought it was stupid, but it became a reality for me. Hey, scavenger, I'm not finished. I need you to do something for me. You see, I have a young nephew. He's an idiot who followed me out here, thinking that he's a knight. Take my sword to him. Tell him that I already took his spot on this wall. and that he should head back home with this sword.
Do not fall back! Keep on fighting! The Fort Keeper of Arcris Dungris is with you all! Huh? Who are you? Are you a messenger from another unit? Wait, that's Uncle Manuel's sword. That means he's... I see. Thank you for telling me. Looks like I'm the only Dungris left in Arcris now. Listen up, soldier. You shall be my witness from now on. Watch my final moments and spread the word. Arcris will remember my death.
Rookie, you made it! Right on time, too. We're prepared to go all out against the enemy from this point onward. You'd better brace yourself. As I explained earlier, the armies of Triya have already taken over the inner castle. And our objective is to take down the commanding officers in order to recover the fortress. The Grand Marshal himself has led our forces into the central plaza. I want you to go find Commander Aspen near the plaza and follow his orders. Best of luck to you. Hope to see you again alive and well, Rookie.
Reinforcements sent by Sorin. Good to have you here. We're expected to face off against them in the plaza just up ahead. It's not going to be easy considering the difference in our numbers. But give it your all. If you truly believe, the god Vesper will always watch over us. Now, march forward to the central plaza and bring me the head of their commander. We will achieve victory this day, as we are empowered by our resolution.
Dear Artemis, we will not kneel before any hardship we face. Recall the teachings that were shared by Vesper, that this decline shall be the basis for a brilliant beginning, and that one must pass the darkness of death in order for life to start burning again. Now, we will all become reborn in battle. Let us face tomorrow's sun without shame.
For a prideful death! For a prideful death!
All forces, charge forward!
you rotten dogs and bandits! The Fort Keeper of Arcris Dungris is here! This land you have desecrated is the resting ground for the Dungris. You shall all pay the price for entering our domain with your lives!
Kuroko can do everything.
Gaze upon the last Dungris who has arrived to destroy you all! If you do not fear death, stand up to the Fort Keeper of Arcris! I am a living bulwark, a burning sword and a stalwart shield! All blades that touch my flesh shall break apart!
Disappeared, together with the Triad commander. We're searching around because we believe they're still inside the castle. Keep moving forward into the castle while taking care of the remaining Triad soldiers. It'll make things a lot easier for the other soldiers who are conducting the search. Commander Aspen will be waiting for you inside. Get going.
Try to bring down the final bulwark of Arcris! Do not rest until you strike down 100, nay, 1,000 times! No matter how hard you try, the walls of Arcris shall not fall! The blood and bones of Dungris will always keep these walls standing!
Did you see that, soldier? I too fulfilled my duty as a Dungress. Now, I can finally leave and meet up with everyone.
Enlisty, I kept my eye on you during the battle. I was impressed with the courage and guts you displayed back there. I'm proud of you. Our soldiers have located Salvis and the Triad Commander beyond this point. I know you're tired, but Artemis requires your help once again. Be aware that Salvis is very skilled with his magic.
Keep on fighting back!
We will not fall back from here.
Rune Hunter? Rune Hunter? Rune Hunter, I already told you before. Salvis does not belong in Arcris. I'm sure you've learned from the memory rune why we cannot accept Salvis's presence here. And Count Zid has asked for a meeting with you regarding that issue. Please cooperate.